room if you haven't already. Come on up here. If you've got some interesting takes, if you got some good analysis, I want you guys to come up here and join us on stage. But I think here's what's really happening, because this is not just happening in crypto, right? Crypto started it. Bitcoin started crashing. Once Bitcoin lost the 50-day EMA at 101,000, I knew we were in trouble. And, I see Funbro here and some of the other private community members, Tyler, we had talked about this, right? As soon as we lost 101,000, look out. Things could get nasty. And, you couple all of this with now the stock market coming down. This isn't random, though. I think this is the perfect storm. I think this is what they wanted. But what's happening here? What's causing it? What's causing it? That's what we're going to get into. I'm going to join as co-host, and then I'll take it over on that side of it. Hold on.
Yep. Yeah.
All right. I had to switch over. But hopefully this is good. So here's what's happening. The Fed started signaling lower rate cuts. That's what happened first, right? Remember when the chances of a Fed rate cut were extremely high for December? It wasn't all that long ago. Now it's completely reversed. So that started this whole thing. The Fed started signaling slower rate cuts. Inflation prints came in way hotter than expected. And then the ETF outflows, like 2 days ago, guys, we saw the biggest Bitcoin ETF outflow day in history. And as much as people don't want to talk about it, or they, especially a lot of the Bitcoin maxis out there, they don't want to talk about the ETFs and how big of a role they're playing in this market now. I disagree completely. I would love to get other people's thoughts, but it is to me the number one factor to look at if you're investing in crypto right now, especially Bitcoin or anything else that has ETFs. It's inflow outflow data on the ETFs. That's huge, because you can't have one. They dictate which direction we go, and that's just the facts. And I know this is all short term, right? And keep that in mind. I'm not like doomsday here. I am long-term bullish on crypto. I'm not going anywhere. We all, many of us here in this room lived through the 2022 crash and the bear market and all that came with that. And here we are. We're still here. We're not going anywhere. I'm just making sense of what's happening. I'm giving you guys an understanding of, at least from my perspective, what's going on here. But the ETFs have been cooling down for a while. Then the outflows started. And I also think there was a big thing that happened on October 10th. And I don't think we'll ever really know really what happened. But that started this whole thing. And all of a sudden, we've got a cascade of liquidations. This market's been over leveraged for a while. I mean, hell, Paid opened up an account, started doing 400x trades. You know what I mean? That should have been the top signal. I mean, let's be real. Right? I mean, let's just be real. The minute, normie spot holders start doing 400x leverage trades because meme coins aren't pumping, that's the top signal, guys.
I'm the top signal, baby. Y'all should have been listening.
The top. But for real, I mean, we have been over leveraged for a while. There hasn't been a lot of people buying spot. Everybody's trading on futures. Trying to tell everybody, oh, the pump.fun stuff is still alive. I'm telling you, come on over into the trenches. We're still cooking. Okay. But what we're seeing now is nothing to do with the fundamentals. I think that is an important distinction to make, though, right? Like, fundamentally, there's nothing wrong with Bitcoin. There's nothing wrong with the market. It's just a macro flush. It's now happening everywhere. It's happening in crypto. It's happening in stocks. It's happening across the board. But there's no doubt about it. The strong will survive, and they will win big. The people who can double down, the people who have money to buy the dip, and I'm not talking buy the dip of the dip of the dip. I'm saying slowly DCA your way in, all while keeping cash on the sideline to when you get that big flush, that's where you bulk buy. You don't just full clip the day you see a dip, right? You do it smartly. And most retail's panicking right now. Most retail will get pushed out, and guess what? It's exactly what the institutions want. They want everybody flushed out, everybody peak fear, and they're going to accumulate. And so I'm not going anywhere. I'm going to stay focused. I'm going to stay ready. I'm going to stay here for any opportunity that presents itself and survive. Therefore, to thrive later. Like that's just it. So that's where I'm at. But it's been a while, Zach. I see you're up here. What's going on, man? What's on your mind?
What's up? Can you hear me?
Gotcha, bro.
No, let's go. I'm live streaming this too. I set up a stream earlier. What's on my mind is stable coins, people. I called it months ago. But the market. The worst thing you can do is lose money, right? So at some point, you got to be realistic and take profits and put them in stables. I mean, stables are the foundation of cryptocurrency. People underestimate this. You need stables to make your tokens and everything run. So the fact that it's right in everyone's face and people miss it, I know everyone wanted to see that run to the moon of altcoins, but I think this is bullish in a certain way. I'm looking at this, which is I think the bear market's going to be shorter than what we imagine through history, just because institutional demand, all the drive and everything in technology. I think it's going to be smaller, probably cut maybe half the time. I'll see a great dip right now, and then it's perfect time to get into better positions. Like I'm going to buy some more Bitcoin probably in a month or so. I'm thinking we see this trend for short term, month to 2 months, and then I think we're going to be in the upward spiral. But which is really good for me is this is a building time. This is where legends are made. And if you don't get shaken out, you can really get yourself in a great position that you were looking at when the top was in and you're watching Bitcoin at 125 and you're going, fuck, I should have bought it at 60 or 80. These are the opportunities of a lifetime. This is how the rich get richer, the wealthier get wealthier. So, in bad times, there's always a good way to get yourself in a better position. I mean, really, it's that simple. I mean, I mentioned this months ago about stabling up because I saw everyone everything's going to moon, everything's moving up. Bitcoin's hitting all-time highs. To me, that was a top signal, right? And we really typically see Bitcoin, reaching its all-time highs. And you got to be conservative. You have to, really pay attention to the way the market goes. And it moves up. If you were in the past bull run, it moves up like 3, 4, 5 weeks, maybe. And that is like the top signal. So I was watching this all along and I'm like pulling out and stabling up, keep the money in the market. But I knew that was going to end at some point, right? And it definitely goes down faster than it goes up. But history repeats itself, and history shows that risky assets are I know it's crazy, such a great investment overall. If you go look at the history of Bitcoin, go look at the chart, we're still sitting pretty well. We were bullish at 60K. Remember that, Zach? People were like, we're like 66, 65. We're all excited. I mean, it's not the end of the road. It's just a retracement. But if you're here for the long run, this is just an opportunity to get in a better position. Yes, some alts may never come back. Some projects may never come back. But the ETF stuff, that will come back. I mean, tax season's right around the corner. People have to take profits, show loss, and then buy back January 1st. So things will happen. All this catalyst is really happening at the moment. But this is a breather. Take this as a breather, everyone. Don't treat this like it's the end of the road. If you put in money that you couldn't invest, which a lot of people do, and a lot of people say don't invest more than you can afford to lose. That's completely false. I know a lot of people are putting in money they can't afford to lose. But, at certain points, you have to DCA at those top altcoins to get a better position for the next, run. And I think it's going to be faster and sooner than we think. I don't think it's going to go up like crazy, but in due time, if you have time, it's such a great investment. I mean, The world is going into cryptocurrency. AI is taking over. RWAs, those kind of asset classes are the best thing to invest in. I'm watching new layer ones come out, all tokenization of everything. I'm watching these creator coins. I'm watching the launch pads. The launch pads to me were the best overall investment in this cycle, period, hands down. And if you invest in those companies and didn't invest in the plays and all the other stuff, they're the ones that made bank. I don't think a lot of the projects, I mean, the ones that rugged obviously took everyone's money, but if you were an investor in that, in the launch pads, you were a clear winner this cycle. The Asters, that kind of stuff with real world utility. You can see CZ out there. He's impressed. I just saw the dude from Base, that created Coinbase Wallet. He just launched a fucking creator coin. Like, that is the motion we're moving in. I see X is kind of picking up. I'm way ahead of X on Pole Switch. So I'm excited to give creators, projects, tokenization, basically monetization on the platform. That is basically the way the world's going. The best asset you have in this market is yourself. If you can tokenize yourself, I wouldn't suggest Zach to. I think, Zach, you're on a great path. Don't change, man. You're doing everything right. But other things, like, I think that was a downfall of that dude that created Coinbase Wallet. I forgot what his name was. Fuck. He just launched one like yesterday or the day before. I think
Jesse Pollock. Is that what you're talking about?
Who?
Jesse Pollock?
Yeah.
Jesse Pollock?
Yeah.
I saw the Jesse creator coin yesterday. It freaking mooned, man. It went up to like 20 mil. I don't know where it's at.
You know what's going to happen,
it's
Zach?
Actually, 19 mil.
The problem is once that goes down, people are going to hate him, and then he loses credibility about
100%
about building on the platform. This is the problem with things like, if you don't have real world utility or some kind of thing to keep your asset afloat, it's going to tank, and then people are going to be angry at you, especially like a big guy in the space like he is. Like, I think they're going to judge him after things start to tank and go, yeah, it's a great update, but dude, I lost money on you. So,
Well, he was shilling other meme coins too on Base. And I thought it was weird. I'm like, just be you're supposed to be like a builder,
right.
I mean, 100%. I get it. You want to be cool with the guys in the trenches, but like, you can't play both sides of the field.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, do you want to be taken seriously and acted, treated like, like you know what I mean? It's like, what are you?
Yeah, I agree, Zach. And I'm glad you never launched a token or a coin. I think you're probably one of the realest, I wouldn't call you influencer, but influencer, content creator, entrepreneur. I think entrepreneur is the best word for you. But like, the path you're going down is legitimate. Like, nobody can say he rugged me, none of this. You're just great TA, all around YouTuber, like, just realistic guy. I think that's where people go wrong in this space, right? Like, if you're not a builder, don't launch a fucking token. Just find your platform, do what you need to do to move ahead. But like, credibility is huge, and that's why I think it's not a good look for him. Just be a builder, help everyone. But like, the fact that you're going to kind of try to make money off of this, where you're making decent money working at Coinbase, like, let's be honest, he's got to be making money.
So Zach,
do it. Yeah.
All right. So like, we would have this conversation in the house. So I figured I'd hop on here. So like, I hang out a lot in Base. Have a lot of friends over there, and they were like pressuring him. So like, do you think, I mean, I don't know if he was going to do it if he didn't get so much pressure from the community. So like, what is the community gaining out of this?
They're trying to make money off of the narrative of him launching something. But it's the problem with this is it's so fast and few in between. Like, it's a quick pump and then it's a crash, and then the credibility goes down. And you don't want that as a builder. Like, you're here to build an empire.
And like, his idea of this was like, okay, I want everyone else to build on Base, so let me do it and show you how.
Yeah,
but I don't really see that. I don't know.
I just don't like it. Like, it's cool, no, but the problem is the after effect, the aftermath of what you just did, right? So if his token just dumps, crashes, like, it's terrible, where he could have just.
But also, think of this. Like, I saw a bunch of projects that I'm in on Base. I mean, everything's going down in the market, but they're taking money out of other Base projects to put it into now his coin. So he's actually hurting his chain overall.
Right. When you're
this is the same thing, Zach. This is the same thing Trump did with the whole market, though, right? He launches his own thing,
but he's a president.
No, but you know what I'm saying, though. It's the same. It's the same thing, though. It's like, oh, the market's. I'm all for legislation, yada yada yada, and then all of a sudden, oh, by the way, I just launched my own token.
And let me be clear. I want to make a statement, and I'll hold this to the death of me, and it might piss off some people, but I don't think everything should be tokenized. Absolutely not. I don't think every single aspect of life should be tokenized. I think there's certain sectors of tokenization, but that's where you there's a fine line between that, especially if you're a big person in this space and that's not what you're about. You're about building. Like, this is the time for builders. Like, Jesse is a great builder. He's done so much great stuff for Coinbase. It's like, for me, it's like the Apple of crypto, right? And you're going to ruin it over, a creator token. Like, that is the way the moving of the space, creator tokens, but that's more for influencers and people that are out there a lot. But if you're a builder, I think that was a wrong move on his part. Yeah, it might have looked pretty, but let's see in a couple months where it's at, and then the credibility goes down, and then that hurts the credibility of Coinbase a little bit. So
let's go back to like your earlier rant though. Like, do you think that this reset of the market is something like we'll see NFTs come back, or do you think we're going to see, like, what do you think is going to be like, what do you think is going to come out stronger this?
That was the top for me. Once I saw NFTs running, that is always the top of every cycle. Once NFTs start running, there's nothing left really. Like, but then on the flip side of that, they're not liquid assets, right? You can't just sell them like you can a token. You have to wait for a buyer to buy it up. So they get hurt and wrecked a lot. I see the value in NFTs more of like car notes, that kind of stuff, maybe moving products cross country to verify the ship date, make sure everything's fresh, kind of like that kind of stuff. I think that would be huge in real world asset with NFTs. I don't think we're evolved to that space yet, but I guess to answer your question, I don't even know what your question was. I'm all over the place.
It really wasn't a question. It was like, like after like we see like this like bleeding of the market, like what do you think is going to come back stronger? And I kind of see NFTs doing a comeback.
Yeah, I mean, I think NFTs will always be there, just like meme coins, right?
But not as much as they used to be. But like also, like I was on a space the other day, and I feel like this, as awful as it is, I know people are like losing money and stuff. You can DCA, you could do whatever you want. Stabling out a couple weeks ago was probably your best move. But that was up to you guys to figure that one out. We can only suggest, but I feel like this is a great learning opportunity for like myself getting, with my women's platform. Like, this is a great way to get them in at a lower price because it's going to come back. It's just win. And like you said, like, I really feel like this bear market is going to be so much shorter than we've seen in the past.
100%. I think AI, what's happening with AI, Grok, I mean, look at what Elon's doing. If you're really paying attention, and it's so funny, since I updated a lot, he's starting to update his platform. I think Twitter or X is going to be the last platform really to really give the content creator, the last hope, basically, because it's hard to make money off of this. So I'm trying to implement a bunch of stuff, trying to be ahead of the curve. And that's kind of what you look for. It's not always about the next token. Yeah, if you want to make a quick buck, you got to find the next token. That might have been the Jesse Pollock one, but the future of stuff is real world assets, AI tech, AI blockchain integration. I saw Vitalik came out with a statement that the quantum stuff, it might kill like basically Ethereum and stuff like that. So I watch what these guys say very carefully. I know CZ is really trying to work in faster integration with blockchain tech because he thinks every blockchain is still too slow. And I agree with that a little bit. I think the networks going down the other day was a complete test to see onboarding people into crypto and how things can move. And, that's a tough one with Amazon, their servers and everything. So it goes almost back to SWI, the SWI days when we were talking about it, some of those projects using really decentralized, data networking capabilities, because a lot of stuff is ran off of Amazon in this sector, and people don't understand the government can shut that off real quick. So I think we need a fine balance of decentralization plus centralization. But I think that a lot of the decentralized stuff needs to be not on AWS servers. And like, people really need to sit down, pen and a pad, and write down and really figure out how to build like SWI's doing over there, and keeping stuff really off of these big companies, and that could be a downfall. So I honestly think the shutdown the other day, the massive network, not hack, but the shutdown, it was a lot of the big stuff, the Google, Patreon, all that stuff, man, is all tied into the sector. And I think it was a huge test to see really if this thing exploded, if it could handle it. And I agree with Vitalik, CZ, all this stuff. It needs to be faster, more efficient. Things are still cheap right now, but I just don't know if it can handle the demand. And right now, retail is really not back yet, so we don't have to worry. But I think this is all a test for everyone. So basically, I guess my point, I'll end my rant, is hold tight. Use this as a learning opportunity. Go look at your portfolio, see what's down negative, 60%, that kind of stuff. And maybe those kind of plays are maybe something you don't want to allocate to your portfolio. Maybe just a small, like 10% of your portfolio being the high risk stuff, and get in more into the ETF, Bitcoins, Ethereum, Solana's, the stuff that really I think is going to move this space in a better direction. Yes, it's not flashy, it's not great. You may not 100x, but you're still doing better gains than you would, in the stock market. So my rant is done, but I'm on one today, Zach, in a positive way. And I see all this stuff and I laugh and I told you guys stables, but I can't be a jerk and an asshole. Like, I'm not, I said this, I said, things are looking great. Maybe it's time to, stable up kind of, I do the opposite effect. Things run, I stable up. Things dip, I buy. It's really buy red, sell green. It's not that difficult, but it is hard to call the top. And I thought 126K Bitcoin was really a great position, to get out of and wait for it to dip and, buy lower, be very conservative. I think next cycle we'll see maybe 200, 250, 230. And that's kind of where I'm looking at for the top. So very realistic guy, and just try to play the long game and, sell a lot of my scary stuff, I call it, my portfolio. Like, I'm out of a lot of those positions, and I'm holding the top ETF stuff because that's pretty much the last thing to bleed. Everything else bleeds harder and, than anything else. So you really got to watch that. People lose sight of that. Sorry, I'm on a rant, Zach.
No. Please keep going. And I just want to interject because like you got my mind going all over the place. But I want to come back to something you were mentioning and something Shelby was mentioning too. Like, what do you do right now? I would say this, right? Like for me personally, like I am not going and chasing low liquidity things. So like, I'm not trying to say like, oh, let me stack this like micro gaming coin because eventually it'll go up, or let me go back to this meme coin that was really hot in 2024. Like, yeah, let me go stack Peanut the squirrel because it's on a big dip. Right. Like, no. There's no reason to go after low liquidity things right now when good quality assets are getting pummeled.
Right.
Like it to me, it's like, it's a no brainer what you should be going after. Like, don't try to overthink this. I think people fall into this trap, like, oh, everything's oversold, but this thing's down 98% and it was really hot back in 2023. I mean, you could play that game, but why? When everything else is getting drilled like this, I mean, Solana's down to 128. I mean, I could go on and on, right?
Yeah.
I mean, find your high conviction assets, keep it in the top 100, and create a plan to accumulate these things that can actually come back and do well.
100%.
Right? And it starts and ends with Bitcoin, obviously.
Yeah, and you got to look for, chains that have great stable coins on it, a lot of TVL locked. Like, I know I don't want to really bring the sore subject up, but like the whole Shibarium thing, the worst thing they ever did was not have a good stable coin on that chain, and that wrecked a lot of things. And you really got to watch this when you're aping into stuff, making sure layer ones, layer twos have a good equal ratio of stable coins. I mean, that is the survival block of crypto, and people underestimate this a lot. So I love stable coins, man.
With liquidity, because we saw what happened on Cardano.
Yeah, no one's talking about Cardano. If you want to talk about Cardano, talk to me.
There was a USDA. There was a stable coin that Whale, he lost like 5 mil. What was it, Zach? Something like that? Because the liquid pool. Yeah.
That's definitely paid.
It was 5 million, correct? He had 6 million. He walked away with a little less than 1 million. It's painful.
Jesus. That's another thing.
Liquid stable coin pools.
you could get into a play and think you're fucking rich. Then you go look at your price impact and you made nothing. Like you don't always want to be a whale in something. You know what I mean? So it's like, it's a tough situation in game to play. And that's why I like Zach's strategy. He owns no credit. He just trades pretty much,
Amen, brother.
I get it, man. Like for me, I used to do that. Right. But I'm more of a long-term investor with top stuff, but I'll still do what you do. And I think it's a smart move because there's no bias. There's no emotions in your trading. It's just, you see the top side, you sell it. You see the bottom, you buy it. Like, you can get all technical and you're a very, very smart guy. And I listen to you very carefully because I came in as a trader too. And I get a lot of tips and tricks, but that always stuck with me is when you said, I don't own anything. I just trade basically into stables. I'm like, that's fucking brilliant too on top of it. So there's a lot of value you can pick up in these spaces. So always come to the Breakfast Club Monday through Friday. And I'm going to leave the mic.
Yeah, no, I'm just going to, I keep going back to the space that we had last week, where this guy came in and he's like, I have 5 kids and I have to feed them. And I came into crypto to get rich and blah, 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 blah. And it's like, no, you've got to come into this, especially like when you're like, getting someone into it, because I think right now is like that perfect position. Like it's low enough that they're going to see gains eventually. Like it's not like they're putting in their money at the top and it's just going to go down from there. This is a really good teachable moment, but you're not going to get rich overnight. This is like long-term holds, and it's something where you're investing into your future. And you have to remember that, like, we're very early in this sector. So when the world starts catching on, or we start making the move to digital currency, y'all are going to be at a very good position. So it's like, patience is the name of the game at the moment, but also you're investing into like your kids, your generational wealth as well, knowing that, your $100 investment could turn into, a couple $1,000. Like, that's a really good ratio. So I don't know. I just keep going back to that conversation. I'm like, oh, I want to find that guy and be like, so what you doing now? Because he was like so heated and just like so crazy.
Yeah, no, 100%. I want to leave with this statement. I'm not going to leave, but I'm going to stop talking because I know there's a lot of people up here. But, I learned a valuable lesson this cycle watching things build. And this is the mistake I think all projects, dApps, everything makes in this market. And I've been watching carefully. They do the tech first and the user interface second, which I think they need to build out the user interface first, make it so a 5-year-old can use it, and then build out the tech. And that is the biggest problem I see in this space is things are too complicated, too difficult. Then when you bring the front end in, no one knows how to use it. So this is why I really take tips and, watching like Coinbase, the user application is very friendly. And I think if a lot of crypto projects got on board with that, I think we would onboard a lot of people into crypto. Like
a good front end and UI, what?
I'm talking decentralized stuff.
Yeah, I know. I get you.
Yeah.
Agreed.
Yeah. Do you know what I mean? Like, how are you going to expect someone that doesn't understand crypto to come in and try to bridge and swap with
what's this Radium thing? What's this Hero Swap thing?
Yeah, it's like it almost, and then also with a wallet, like have a wallet with every chain. Like,
why are there so many wallets? I downloaded the one with the wrong one and put my seed phrase in.
Exactly.
Now my stuff is gone.
No, you're
that
100%
actually happened
correct.
on layer 1, by the way.
And that's why I think the next cycle we're going to see that improve a lot, and I think we're going to see, a lot of people come into space when it's simple to use. And I picked up that tip from Steve Jobs when he was alive, and he said that like they built
works
the user interface first and then the tech backwards to match it. And that's where I think a lot of people try to bring out the tech and want to be the next best thing, but then no one knows how to fucking use it. And it's like I'm on a rant today, and it's just I see this kind of stuff.
You tell him, Zach.
But I'm done. I'm giving the mic over, but
you don't have to be done, man.
We love hearing you talk. Continue.
It's the Zach.
You could go.
I listen to Humphreys. I go to sleep. I listen to Subway.
I'll make you a sandwich as I'm ranting too. Like you want cheese, bacon.
When Zach's passionate, he goes full Obama. It's fun.
We're at the point where it's going to be ramen noodle sandwich. That's where the market is heading.
Yeah.
But I'm done. I'm done ranting. I see in bad times, builders can really think outside the box.
I need an answer. Where's the Bitcoin maxi space right now? Why aren't where are they? I thought they were supposed to buy the dip at 110.
They've moved from cigars to cigarettes.
I can't believe I got this opportunity to buy the dip at 110. dude, these kind of people just kill me.
When I hear the bottom is in, that guy's the bottom.
Oh my gosh, man. It's just the delusion. Like there's so much delusion in this space. Like you just got to be real with yourself. And here's the crazy thing with the Bitcoin maxis and stuff. At some point, most people who just own Bitcoin or whatever, they go underwater in a bear market. Like that's the thing they don't tell you. You know, outside of the people who like bought, 100 of them at $1 or $10 or whatever, at some point they go underwater, but they just keep telling you, just buy. Like, I mean, sure, you could DCA, but like, isn't it like kind of smart to like keep a big stack and like wait for things to really crash and buy like in bulk when things get way down there? Like, you got to have like multiple strategies at this. It's like, I don't know. There's so many people yesterday. I was in so many spaces and it was just like, you got to have balls right now. Bitcoin's at $87,000. Like I would be selling my house. I would be selling everything. If you're not, dumping the entire, savings account into Bitcoin it's like, listen, guys, like I love Bitcoin. Bitcoin's a big part of my strategy here long term, but like, can we tone it down like 18 notches? Like, holy shit. Like this is crazy. You know what I mean?
It reminds me when the
Sorry, Zach, can I come in?
Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you very much, Jim. Everyone, for sure. It's everywhere, even here in this space, even here as well. Like when we were kind of talking about these things, that the crash is coming. Like, no, interest rate is gonna be this, it's gonna be that, and all of that. See, all these things are we always spelt on the chart, and what the chart represents is money flow, and yeah, one might not be 100% accurate, but majority of time we get all these things straight. They're always there, but emotionally, let me say here that when the bull run, when the upside starts again right now, you will not be surprised that people are still going to go gaga, even when they start seeing signs that market want to do some retracement and all of that. It's normal. It's normal because if you watch when it was at 109, when we came back to 74, all of that. I think I was here telling you guys and all of this, but it's very important. What is more important is we should always watch the crowd's mentality and also weigh it with the chart, because therein lies the flow. The government most of the time cannot pay everybody. You understand? But sometimes, yeah, they can. But most of the time they can't. And it's when we pay less attention to what they are doing with their liquidity. That's when we get caught
over. That's
it
right there, Dr. Ted. That's it right there.
Yeah,
Crypto is 100% driven by liquidity, right? I mean, that's everything. Liquidity is everything. And Bitcoin, all the top altcoins, they're directly correlated with global liquidity. So when we get money printing, that means weaker dollar goes down, risk on assets go up. Like, to me, like, it's just that is number one. You got to pinpoint that first and foremost.
It's a leading lagging indicator.
When liquidity dries up, crypto corrects hard. That's where we are.
Yeah. Let me butt in again. What they used this time around were the altcoin factors. That altcoin has not moved. Altcoin needs to move. These that. But people fail to look at the Bitcoin dominance. And in times we have altcoin season, the dominance always stays. Always come to play. We get dominance even below 50%. But this time around, Bitcoin dominance was still at highs of 15. I think the lows we had were at 57. It never got below these levels, and people were not paying attention. They're like, it's going to be a different ball game. This, that, and it's very important that we definitely look at all these factors in the future, because they will still be there. People are still not going to pay attention because different bullish news will come out. Like now, people are like, right now, I feel that Bitcoin will definitely have an upward retracement. But for now, no structure has been formed, but Bitcoin is due for a pump, honestly. But for now, we're going to be looking at market structures. Now, structures in the sense that the money flow, the structures are going to show the direction of the market. Yeah, but you don't need to catch the bottom or the top in all we do. We just need to pay attention. I've been trading for almost, I think, 5 active years, and all of this. And I talk out of experience and all of this in this space. Sure, me, I'm definitely looking at. I'm not shorting the market again for now. I have left the market since I think 94, 300. That was my target, and I've been looking for where to long the market from. Up to now, I've not gotten my defined position. But though
I mean, we
I'm
don't
looking.
have we don't have any structure. I mean, the structure's broken right now. I mean, we're waiting. Right? I mean, we
Zach,
need
Humphreys.
data. Yeah.
I shorted twice.
What's that?
I shorted twice.
You actually
Keep shorting.
shorted?
Keep shorting.
Zach never shorts.
Zach knows that.
You guys remember the movie in the 80s, Airplane? Like, Jim never has 2 cups of coffee at home.
I'm not leaving it up there, but look up top.
That was like music to my ears.
Zach never shorts the market. But anyway, I want to get to all these hands. Yeah, I mean, it's Mar, what's going on, man?
Yo, Zach, good morning. Good morning, everyone. Pate, what's up? Yeah, man, look, I'm actually, man, I'm in a good position. I learned from the past. Quick story. Maybe, I don't know, 10 months ago, I took a big loss, and it hurt, man. Even though I've had losses like that in the past, but I took on one of these altcoins, I took a 52K loss, and it wasn't just an altcoin. It was also money invested into outside of crypto, into shares of the company too. So this altcoin, this thing looked perfect, and then all of a sudden, one team member leaves, the other one is getting sick, and this is crypto for you. This is investing early in companies, and I learned the hard way, and that's when it was one of the best things that happened to me, man, because that's when I started regrouping and said to myself, man, these odds, and I just started getting, on a nice pump. I started getting out and started going more into stocks and Bitcoin. During these times right now, what we're dealing with right now, there's one thing behind, back of our heads, and some of us, it's that fear, and we don't get that fear. It is, holy shit, is my altcoin going to zero? And you don't get that from Bitcoin. That's why the first thing when I came into the space, I'm good, man. I'm doing good. Bitcoin could go to 50K for all I care. I know in 3-4 years from now, it would probably be 200-300K. My chances of making back my money and profits, because I'm here for the long game. And look, I have nothing against traders. You could do whatever you want, whatever makes you happy, but it's simple. If you've been trading Bitcoin for the last 10 years, and I've been holding it for the last 10 years without even selling it, I'm 99.99% made more money than you. Or at least I was up big. For me, it's an asset like Bitcoin. You could trade it. I trade it. I have fun. Not Bitcoin, but I trade altcoins. But it's all about the long game, man. It's about timing the market, not timing the market. I think that if any of you don't own Bitcoin, this is a perfect time to start to buy Bitcoin and DCA on the way down, because no one is going to guess the bottom. Even though the bottom is way easier, to guess than the top, because the top, or at least those few thousands, go away fast, on the bottom. You could have a coin like trading sideways for even months, and you're like, holy shit, this shit is not moving. So I believe in the team. This is the bottom, but yeah, man, that's just my take on it. Just look, in 21, and these are numbers, okay? And I know some people, it's like my friend says, history doesn't repeat itself, but it rhymes, in 21, there's no way I'm calling this a bear market yet. Numbers don't lie. In 21, Bitcoin went from 64K to 28K in a span of 3 months. And then it went back up to 69K. The numbers are there, the history is there. This is Bitcoin behavior. This is just the way it behaves because it's just pure liquidity, And I hate calling prices. When I do, I'll tell you straight up, I'm guessing. For me to say this is a full-blown bear market, it's not so much the price of what's going on in the liquidities, because people could tell you, oh, look at all these calls that are in leverage. Look at all the people shorting. All those positions could change. All those numbers, they could give you insights. But all those numbers for me are all fugazis. They could all change. Sellers could change their minds. But for me to call this a bear market, I'm not going to call it a bear market because one of the most dumbest thing, AI bubble coming up. I mean, this is fucking stupid, man. You got to be fucking retarded to be guessing there's an AI bubble coming up. Nobody guesses that. You can't guess that, And I just hate people that come and say, oh, we're heading into an AI bubble. Yeah, maybe 5 years from now, but there's 5 years to make money, I see more the struggles. Not even Bitcoin going down 30, 35%. More like the struggles like my company, down 32% this whole year. Companies around me being down. Jobs harder. It's harder now to find a job, than a year, 2 years ago. This is concerning, but this is more like the tourist side where I'm at. But my company is also operating as in places where they don't need tourists. It's more locals, and that was up today, this year, 15-20%. So, I'm like, okay, so the local businesses for the locals is up 15-20%, and the tourist side is down 30%. I'm like, we're fine. At least here in the US, we're fine, And I'm not gonna call this a bear market, man, until I see Bitcoin at least down, I want to say 50-55% from the all-time high. And I don't know if I said this before, but every year the good news is that every year in all these cycles, the Bitcoin has found his new all-time high from the previous all-time high.
Sorry, Mas, can I say something to what you said now?
Go ahead.
Can I add something to it? All right, this is it. Yeah, the Bitcoin chart right now, we just have a breakout, a massive breakout on a weekly time frame from that head and shoulders triple tops we have been talking about in time past. Now, whenever we have a breakout and we have respected the Fibonacci retracement levels of interest, whenever we have a breakout, if you hear me talking now right now, I'm talking about that Bitcoin has a strong potential of a beautiful retest to 107K, 108K as we speak. So what we do there, what we're going to do there, are we going to break down? Are we going to reject from there? If we reject from there, then and break the trend line that is going to be giving us this bullish push, because watch out, there are going to be bullish news that will be coming in days from now, because market will go and retest the breakout. Every breakout of a major push on higher time frames, over 90% of time, usually have what we call retest. Definitely, we are waiting for market structure now to give us a direction, to give us a push. Like I said, we don't aim to catch the top or the bottom of the market. But however, if we definitely get all these kind of like signs that yes, that the money flow has now rearranged to start going back up, for sure, we can now start calling it a retest, or Bitcoin going for a new all-time high. But in my strong opinion, it should be a retest. And whatever happens with the trend that is going to be taking it up and with the structure around the neckline of this major breakout around the 107, 108, 109 to up to 113K level, that will determine a whole lot to tell whether if it's a full-blown bear market or not. Yeah, that's what I just wanted to chip in.
I think that's
with what
a really
you're saying.
good point, Dr. Tad. That's
Yeah.
a really good point. Cliff, I'm coming right to you. That's a really good point because this essentially has mirrored what we saw in April. And I said this last night on a space. I said this is kind of a make or break moment here because we saw a 32% drawdown from January to April earlier this year. And we're about right there right now. So this is kind of like put up or shut up time. And I think, again, the key is if you're a long-term investor, you just prepare for any scenario, position yourself accordingly. For me, that means keeping about 30 to 40% cash on the sideline right now. I'm still in the market. If this thing reverses, okay, we feel that upward momentum. If it comes down further, we can buy the dip. We have cash flow. So, yeah, I agree. I think we're right there at put up or shut up time, 100%.
And Zach, this is the time right now. Actually, man, this is the time right now where you actually see that project that you invested on and not in the chart. Forget about the chart. All those low market cap projects that you invested right now, this is the time where you see how the team reacts, what they're doing, how the community reacts too, because that's important, the energy in there. And you don't want to see all negative and the team this is when the team needs to be more like accept the FUD and just calm things down, And we don't see that, of course, that much in crypto, especially these days, with these teams. So, and what they're building and what they're showing up. But the last thing I do want to say, Zach, I don't know if I said it, but if you guys want all season, we're going to get it. I think all season is going to be massive. When? I don't know. I'm not going to put a date and a stamp on it. But the one thing I tell you that I do see, and I've evaluated this with many of my smart fucking friends, is that all season is not going to happen because of inflation. I mean, we don't want to see deflation. That's just terrible. Or whatever the hell is going on with good news, bad news game. All season is going to happen when regulations come in, when everything is clear, and they're going to promote it for us. The banks, all these fucking institutions, now that they see everything clear with regulations, that's when I think we're going to have that massive alt season. And the first coins that are going to pump, it's when they're going to start bringing in stocks on a fucking 30x split, because that's what they do when they split stocks to make the price more attractive because it's too high up there. And they're going to bring these Apple stocks on the blockchain. You can move them around to your wallet, okay? And they're going to have a 30x fucking split, and it's going to look fantastic where you feel like you're buying Apple at $1 million market cap because people don't understand that shit. The regular investors, they don't know. They just feel like they own Apple at $1. I think that's going to be the start of all season, and that's where they're going to go more deep in. These new investors are going to go deeper into the rabbit hole, and they're going to find the Avalanche, the fucking Ethereum, and all this stuff in crypto. And it just, for me, the start will be regulations. That's all we're waiting for. I know they're going to pass all that information of the regulations in December, but of course it's going to, they're going to send it back, fix this, fix that. So I'm thinking a time frame of maybe another year, and the last thing I said, like, it took 28 months for Bitcoin to find its new all-time high. It's always been shorter in every cycle. I think if this is a bear market, we're talking about October 6th when it hit the last all-time high. So we're heading maybe, I believe, probably 20 months, maybe 24 months, my guess. That'll be 2 years from now, a little less than 2 years from now, when Bitcoin will get hit its new all-time high, if this cycle theory keeps going,
Hey, can I get in here, please? Oh, Zach's already gone. So I just want to ask you guys, does this sound like a bear market or the beginnings of a bear market to you? The U.S. is preparing $2,000 stimulus checks. Japan is preparing a $110 billion stimulus package. China has approved a $1.4 trillion stimulus package. The Fed is officially ending QT on December 1st. The U.S. is issuing 1.9 trillion in treasuries per year. Canada is restarting its quantitative easing program. Global money M2 money supply is recording is at a record 137 trillion dollars. Global rate cuts are 320 plus over the last 24 months. Also, with that, Zach, I believe we hit a 36% retracement from all-time high on
So
Bitcoin.
far,
So, well, where do you think support is, Zach?
we're getting close. We're almost there.
I know.
Like maybe 5, maybe 10% more. I mean, it could always go lower, to be clear. But the JPYs was the Japanese yen was killing us right now.
That's okay.
Like,
That's about
Zach,
to be taken care of.
back down to where we were in April, Zach. Is that what you're kind of
We're
thinking?
about to retrace fully on ETH. You seeing this shit?
No.
We're almost at 2100. It's what is it? 26 now? Yeah. We're getting real close.
That's fine.
Poor
All
ETH
of that.
people. I feel bad for the ETH people. Sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah,
Cliff, to your point,
They were
real
so
quick,
happy we were up.
Cliff, to your
God
point, real quick,
dang.
it feels like here's what it feels like. It feels like a reset. It feels
Yeah.
like they
I'm
they
beyond
swiped the
TA, Zach. I'm
tablecloth.
at psychological supports now. That's where we're at.
Yeah,
Exactly.
We can't be
Exactly.
in
So
this
what's
peak
the
fear.
problem?
We can't be in
Where's
this
the
peak
value
fear for
proposition?
this long.
That's the number we're going to.
I just gave you guys all of the reasons why liquidity is about to enter the market.
Right,
I
but that
literally
could be a
just
month.
read
That
off
could be a
8
year, right?
No, it's not going to be a year.
I'm
Why
saying
would it
could
be a
be both.
year? Why would it be a year? QE is beginning on December 1st, guys. What's today? The 21st. The 21st. What part of that looks like a year? Or even a month?
I did say a month, to be clear.
Even a month. I mean, dude, if you guys are falling into a bear trap right now, if you think this thing is about to break support and go lower, that's all I'm gonna say. I'm just gonna put that out there, and we should have known that when Wall Street entered the space with ETFs that this was going to be the game. This is how they do it. This is how mentally they break the people that are in the market. Period, because they want what you have, and if you're willing to give it to them at a premium, they're definitely going to take it.
Did
And
you say
that's
never
all.
below 98 last time we spoke?
No,
Okay.
I never said never below anything. The only thing that I'm saying that I don't believe that it will break below probably ever again is 67,000.
67. Okay, we'll go to 7.
Yep. Yep.
I think he's at 74, right?
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. He can't be liquidated anyways. He's not playing leverage. There's no liquidation for Saylor. As long as he holds, there's no liquidation. He can just reissue new debt if he wants. I mean, what's the liquidation? He's holding spot. You know.
Hey, Zach, real quick. You know how much you know that institutions are in here, bro, big time now. Back in the days, bro, like I want to say 3 years ago. Remember XRP? Every time we got good news about the court hearing, it wasn't so much of a buy the rumor, sell the news event. Crypto will start pumping right after the news of XRP winning, or even other great news in crypto that we will get. We will react to it right there and then. How everything now, even the decision on the last XRP, which they finally got out of the case and everything, how everything now is priced in.
No, it's not priced in.
We have
not
so many
priced in.
variables macro to price in. No.
Everything, every great news that we've gotten in crypto, the pump has happened way days
Sorry, Mark.
before.
Zach, we're pulling back.
Well, that's. I mean, So you're saying the good news has happened days before. So you're saying the
Yeah,
sell the news event has happened.
yeah,
But what we
that
haven't,
The
what
Matthews
is,
always say price makes narrative, but reality insiders have been trading on this for years.
no,
Like they're ahead of it.
no, of course, but not as bad as it is now. You get what I'm saying?
it's
Like,
just a manipulation
yeah,
tactic, Mark.
institution. 3 years ago, Zach, we used to get the news of XRP won this part of the case. Boom, you see XRP pumping right when that news came out. Now that shit's doing it way before that news comes out.
Well, they've been winning that case for
Yeah,
like 5
insider.
years now.
Yeah.
It's
Or,
priced
or,
in.
or even other stuff, dude. Everything, the institutions they're in complete control. They're gonna pump the
Yes.
chart, and you're like, why is it pumping? And then you got good news coming out 3-4 days later or a week later. Oh, because of this. Even the fucking what's it called? Even when they cut the interest rates, bro. That shit was priced in fucking weeks prior to that shit.
They're, they're trying to squeeze
Trying to bounce.
these DAT companies is what they're trying to do. They're trying to squeeze these guys, try to force them to sell or close the doors, file bankruptcy, what have you. The big institutions, JP Morgan, Bank of America, Wells Fargo, all the rest, they're the ones putting the pressure on because they are afraid. Hold on, Mar, let me finish. They are afraid of the yield producing products that crypto provides because they cannot match those products and keep their profit margins. That's what we're seeing right now. They're squeezing these guys. And then once they accumulate what they want, they're going to be able to offer the same product and make a profit off of crypto. That's what they want. They're all getting to their profit margin. That's all this is. And once we see the list of 8 items that I just read off to you about liquidity entering into the market, not only crypto, but stocks as well, equities, everything. That's when we're going to see this pop off, and people's emotions are going to take the best of them before we get there. That's how Wall Street does it. They break you down. They force you to sell low because you think it's never going to go back up.
The Matthews tell me they buy the top. Is that not the case, Clifford?
Retail buys the top.
I try to tell them these guys are the best masters of commerce in the world. And they don't buy the top, but whatever, it's fine.
Yeah. And then, another thing that's not priced in, guys, is the end of wars. I don't know if you guys saw it the other day, but it was announced that Trump administration had approved a 28-point plan for a ceasefire and end of war for Russia and Ukraine. That's not been fully approved yet. We still have potential for rate cuts. I don't know if you guys saw yesterday the employment numbers that were released, unemployment rather, should I say, 4.4%, which is the highest that we've seen since I believe like 2003 or 2023, something like that, height of COVID, right? We still have tariff deals on the table. We still have ETF approvals. We're still awaiting regulatory clarity. And then back to the stimulus checks. I mean, it's a roadmap. You can see the roadmap perfectly if you zoom out. You just can't let the emotions get to you. I'm stacking every single day. I don't care what it's doing. If it goes further, I'm going to stack more. That's my decision, my choice. That's what I'm doing.
No, I got up and I bought some Bitcoin, man, on almost 82K, and I'm ready to buy more if it keeps dipping down.
Opportunity right now. We'll see.
Honestly, dude, I think and this, I mean, not financial advice. I think honestly, the lowest that we see this retracement go to is going to be around the 77 to 78K range. And then after that, it's going to break necks and melt faces.
This weekend's definitely going to be huge. A lot of times when there's volatility, definitely lower volumes in the weekend. We have seen, if we can get through the weekend and just kind of hold steady at these prices, that's definitely a bullish thing. Let's hope for no bigger damage on the weekend, but this weekend is definitely huge.
Let me ask you guys this. What are the nearsighted positive catalysts that you want to see? Like
stability in the Japanese bond yield. It's been going every night now.
What is it? Bond yield?
The Japanese bond yield, the 10-year went, then the 20-year went, then the 30-year went, consecutive nights. In our nighttime in the US, it's been pumping and it's been dragging us down every single night. And then there was a communique that came out from one of the trading desks in Asia and basically said, like, we're negative 2% away from the carry trade. I'm like, what the fuck? And that's when we rolled over. I was like, oh shit, there it is. So it's
So
just a larger
we're
macro
that-
cash game. Like you said, Bitcoin's a front leading and a tail, what do you call it, a leading and lagging indicator for liquidity globally. So,
It started with Bitcoin, then stocks ripped down yesterday.
Gold threw an instability wick to the south, and I know nobody notices gold, but you can look at the PAX-G contract. It's kind of a leading indicator. It told us when the 1010 was going to melt, and then it told us when we were going to melt last night. So if you guys are trading, I would have PAX-G open at your top screen, just leave it there, and it'll tell you when there's instability in the market. It's kind of like a VIX indirectly because you see the spike, and I'm like, oh shit, something's about to happen. And sure enough, BTC dropped.
Just remember, the Fed had an emergency meeting with institutions last week, with banks and in regards to liquidity. They're asking for printing. So
No, that had nothing to do with it. I'm in DC
Okay.
right now. That had
Okay.
nothing to do with the meeting at all.
Go on.
yeah, please.
No, I mean, it's not what you guys think. And
Well, what was it?
the banks, the banks are trying to stable up, and Trump doesn't want that at all. He does, and neither does Sachs. They want to use what's already established here that's been proven. That's why Tether's in town too, because of what they have to offer as a backer. So
So the banks met with the Fed to discuss stable coins, is what you're saying.
yeah, the banks want to be approved to run their own stable, and Trump doesn't allow that because that just puts us back into a pickle. We have a flawed financial system that needs to be corrected. You guys do your thing, but I'm just telling you, I'm here. I'm telling you what's going on. And, the beta test coin that I've been mining for years, China was the maker of it. And, doing so, we like I said to anybody, when you allow a bully onto the playground for so often, how many times are you going to allow him to be a bully before people smarten up in DeFi and accumulate their own circulating supply to eliminate it? And nobody did that on BTC. Nobody did that through what you guys call cycles. I don't care what it's called. To me, you should always be accumulating whatever you believe in and holding it. And that way, if you can get people behind you, you can control the narrative to a certain degree for disruptable points. But that has never happened. And what you're seeing is we have USDC ERC20, and everybody loves Ethereum. You have USDT also. Those are the two biggest primaries in our space. USDT is an example of what's needed in the space, because for every chain to go to cross-chain platform, Tether does that for us. And that's the beauty of Tether. Every major chain that you guys, everybody functions with, has a USD a DT pair. And so there's no way in hell Trump wants banks to go ahead and try to stable up to do their own thing. He wants them to conform to what crypto has to fix the fuck ups that's been occurring within the financial institutional space for years.
He wants to do the same thing he did with our global partners, dump US dollars on them in their own format.
Pretty much, yeah.
Well, that goes right back to what I was discussing, but I don't know if you were here or not, but the institutions trying to squeeze the DATs right now.
And
because
they
they're
don't
afraid
need
of the yield.
Right. Well, and not only that, this happens all the time because CXs have partners that they have to pay. There's unlocks that occur, so many years in between, and it happens all the time. And it's always and people put it around a cycle, but it's not. You cannot put something like this around that. What we wanted to do was be able to trade, tap to pay, things like that. make your asset or make that asset that you've accumulated or you've mined or you may have bought to make it to where you could tap to pay any place. If we just go right back to a paper trail, that defeats the purpose of crypto in general.
Yes.
We've been digitalified since 90, longer than that actually. But if we take it to when normies or households were welcoming it globally, it was in the 90s, right? So we've had online banking for years already structurally, and the point of it is I get how people want to play the game, but I got into crypto because of an algorithm, because I guess you'd want to say I'm kind of like a nerd in a sense that I knew there was more to code. There was more to coding than just what meets the eye. And so, and then to boot, to be able to trade for PC parts and things like that going forward was great. I saved money out of pocket. I could just pay somebody so many BTC, and they would send me CPUs, GPUs, things like that. And I think all of you guys can agree to that. I mean, we had the same mindset with Ethereum, Litecoin, and all of them, and Doge, and all of them. But if you think about it logically, Jackson Palmer is a revolutionary person in this space because he did something that no other chain did when he went public, which was he had retail on board right away. He had the masses ride his dick, and you had Doge that was accepted on Twitter, on Facebook, on Twitch. He had retail in there where you could go online and buy. He had Newegg. He had people cornered right off the rip, and then he got beat up by the governments. And so you don't ever hear from him no more. Now he's playing guitar, doesn't even want to talk about crypto.
Kind of like Jack Dorsey too.
Yeah. These guys, it's like these guys are scared of what's happening, but it starts with one of us, and then we lead the way. And I'm here to make sure that like I've been called a bully by Charles Hopkins. I've been whatever, man. I don't give a shit, man. Finish a fucking project, bro. Quit jumping around and just taking money.
Ship. Stop talking. Stop flying. Ship.
But
real quick, you remember what happened in 2008 with the banks? Bro, you think these banks are going to lose, bro? They're going to get their stable coins, and I could guarantee you that with my life. Bro.
Well, here's the hard part. Okay. Vitalik just finished off the stable for China. China has set the precedence within crypto from the start. Okay. China owns the warehouse in Columbus, Ohio, where our rigs are, where our back end is for BTC now. So, I mean, they got moved over here in 22 out of the Republic of China. Vitalik went over there for a year. He moved Ethereum to an EVM. Yeah. Now he wants to preach privacy and all this other stuff. But I mean, at the end of the day, Asia, the Asian market has really made an example out of what's going on in this space. And I mean, I get where America is at, but we're so far behind in the game. Why fight it? If you can, if like, I'm not going to blame Trump for getting OTC deals. I'm really not. If you can OTC, do so. But at the same token, at least accommodate. Don't try to manipulate this market with or the crypto space with wrapping it around the stock market, because the stocks were always introduced to people that could afford it. If people can't afford stock, who the fuck can afford crypto, right?
Or groceries.
That's the plan. They're gonna keep you out by affordability.
Yeah,
that's always
price
been the plan.
appreciation was definitely a price out, 100%.
Yeah, that's always been the plan from Wall Street.
Same thing for the housing market. That's why they ran them up, so people can afford them.
And that's why in 26 you'll have another stock market based out of Texas.
Yes,
that's why they're all moving there, because they're going to tokenize under TSE. Yes, TXE?
Maybe
TXE.
No, it's a thing. So when we move towards, he changed the direction for the Department of Energy. He said, we're going to push nuclear really hard. We're going to go back to pushing oil. Everything else doesn't matter. But the key there is nuclear. And as we expand nuclear capacity, we need less oil. So they need a financial outpost similar to what they're trying to do in Saudi Arabia, and they're preparing for post-oil. So they'll make it a financial outpost similar to New York, Boston, or Dubai. So it'll be an entertainment capital, if you will, or a financial capital, because it'll need an after oil life because there's so much money there.
Yeah,
That's the
I
point.
think we'll always need oil to an extent, just
Yeah.
just because of the plastic products that we use, and other, among other things. But
That'll change.
to what?
Corn.
Corn.
You didn't see Interstellar? Everybody started growing corn.
Maybe.
We can do corn oil. It's a large alternative to oil.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's still, I guess, technically oil, right? It's just not crude. But yeah, I mean, if it's a better form, then it's a better form.
Faster, cheaper.
Yeah.
I'm okay with hemp, but people hate hemp for some reason.
Yeah. I mean, whatever hemp grows probably faster than corn does and year round. So it's probably an even better option, really.
The growth within crypto needs to stay slow and organic. If it becomes a race to first all the time, the build out structure cannot happen, because the bottom line is people have not really tried to go out and speak. Like this year, right? For example, I met with Harley Davidson, introduced them how to write their scripting for their back end for their POS systems to accept a stable per se within crypto, how it would overlay going back into their books and things like that. Right. Nobody's really going out here and doing that. Everybody's wanting to do these conferences and do these cult likes and have all this nest egg shit. But what nobody's doing is they're not feeling uncomfortable. My thing is if you do something, you need to do it the right way and always feel uncomfortable each day, even though you're attracted to you have an attraction to it and you want to do it. You should always feel uncomfortable, because if you start feeling comfortable, that means you're going to get wrecked. And I've never felt comfortable in crypto. That's why I've always liked it.
I started 2 days ago. I need a shower. I get it.
Yeah, exactly. And so, I mean, at the end of the day, up until the pandemic, the fake ass the fake ass COVID shit, we were slow, organic, and we weren't manipulated heavily. They came in, but they stayed in the shadows, I guess you'd want to say. And then you have Saya, or whatever the fuck his name is, Gary, come in, and he wants to start pushing it heavier. He's going to put a company around it. He's going to get out of it, put everything, change his fiat to BTC and all this other stuff. And at the end of the day, he could be whatever. I mean, he could do whatever he wants to do. But to me, I would never stand on the hill of just one coin if I know that there's going to be an end to the chain eventually, vice versa. I would always diversify myself. And it's like, you should always do that. It's like, if when you go to college, you think you're going to go and get a job in one area, but then you go in there and you have to multitask because the other people aren't doing their damn jobs, or you just get bored and you don't want to sit in there and just waste your day for 8 hours because you can do your job in 2 hours. And you learn to multitask. The same way in how you deal with crypto. And the fact is, we have to learn how to get stable, like how third world countries have it, where I can go tap to pay at a retailer. Here in America, we're a shell of what we were 30 years ago, 40 years ago, for instance.
We don't have it, Rudes, because the banks aren't getting their fucking fill.
Oh, I know that. And that's what Trump is fighting
out on my spread.
It's easy to have all that stuff, in these countries when you don't have the big banks that, need bottle fed. You know what I mean?
Exactly. And that's what I was saying. That's what he's fighting. And that's what a lot of you guys don't see. You guys think but you don't. I mean, I'm getting to watch it firsthand. They don't want them to stable up, because if they stable up, we're going to have the same issue. The bottom line is the banks hold our money. It ain't their fucking money. We dictate how the banks operate. And that's a fact. I've had Bank of America blackball me. I've had Chase almost blackball me through crypto. So I've got to feel the wrath of what banks do with crypto if I want to cash out. So I learned how to, early on in this space, how to offset, how to buy minerals, how to pivot my cryptocurrency of what I mine and things like that into something different to where I didn't have to then pay whatever they wanted me to pay them, right? And we've gotten a lot of different apps in the space, but anything that's made in America in crypto, you can bet your ass it's going to get reported back to the federal government and IRS. It's one of the criterias that's laid out to these people that handle currency.
You saw what they're doing? They're granting them access to all international exchanges now
Yeah, I see
for
that.
tax evasion purposes. Yeah.
Yep.
I've counted many KOLs. Like much love to Zach. He always says pay your taxes. He always says use like whatever. I think he used Coinly, used a few others, whatever in past years. But other KOLs that are out there like, oh, they can't see your taxes on chain. I'm like, you're an idiot. Like I'm out.
Well, bottom line is, if you're a key opinion leader, show me your financial fucking license. If not, you shouldn't be considered a KOL. You should be considered an influencer.
Definitely a KOL.
I have a meeting in like 8 minutes. I'm going to make a comment quick to Rude's statement earlier. Rude, you sound a little too optimistic for me, to be honest, because while I agree with you that Trump is doing his best to make sure the banks don't get their way, it's sad to say, and I don't know how much you've dug into the Genius Act, but there are specific provisions in the Genius Act that literally gave the banks everything they needed. They wanted Bank Secrecy Act. They wanted anti-money laundering. They wanted even the technical capabilities, which is the ability for issuers to have a seizure capability, freezing capability, burning capability. And you have OCC, you have the Federal Reserve, and you have I think it's the OCC, the Federal Reserve, and FinCEN, I believe. Correct me if I'm wrong, but there are three of them that are kind of in charge of the oversight. Now, what you just said about and I follow this almost daily. I see the banking lobby. They're consistently sending letters. These are all published, by the way. They're sending letters, and if you read in the language of these letters, they're literally forcing OCC, Federal Reserve, FinCEN, they're forcing them. And you know why they're doing this? They hyped it up in the last 3 weeks. And what happened was the Federal Reserve sent out, I don't remember what the title was, but it was in October. I was following this because I read it. It was in October. They sent out what they call the 2025 Advance Notice of Proposed Rulemaking. This is to solicit comments from all of the stakeholders, including the banks, by the way, and their lobbyists. And they were supposed to return it, I think, 2 weeks ago. And in that, and I'm looking to pull that up so I can read what the comments were. But specifically, what I'm speaking to is the technical capabilities that were offered to these issuers. And these issuers, there was a lot of some unnecessary restrictions that were defined to allow people that are not actually crypto natives to be able to have become issuers. It's unbelievable, but there's a lot in there, and I hope Trump finds his way because he has a stake in it with his company, his kids' company. I hope he finds his way where it's easier, but I don't have that much hope, to be honest, because I've read this
You
stuff.
have to
So
understand,
I see it.
I'm optimistic. I'm optimistic in this space because I'm a miner. Okay, so I don't give a fuck what happens on the L2 side. To be real with you, okay, I've sat here and watched how all you guys have, not all you guys, but just people in general have a sentiment of wanting to assume things. When I've got to watch how this space started, we started off with underneath 100K rigs on the network at one time, and now we're up to X amount of millions in the space, and to watch it just flourish and be part of that, man, to me, yeah, I'll stay optimistic because I got to watch from the ground floor up, right, on how this space has worked, and people find ways to navigate with it within anything they do, or they move on, right? And so to me, you have to look past all this bullshit. Okay, the United States is one country. Crypto is fucking global, bro. And to me, people need to be flagships in their own country too, like I am. Like I'm in the United States. I made a. I did 11 fucking months of interviews to be able to be a voice for crypto in the United States. People in other countries need to do the same shit that I had to go through last year to work with their governments to actually educate them correctly. Quit worrying about my country. Fix your own countries. Let's get it all fixed correctly so we can go forward within this space, is my theory.
No, and I get your point. What I'm trying to say, though, specifically, your optimism was, and I addressed it specific to a comment you made about the Genius Act. Anybody that is going to talk about the banks getting into this space, if you ignore the scope of the Genius Act, then I don't know what you're talking about. And that's not to you directly. I'm just specifically saying.
And I understand that, but you have to
banks-
understand, Trump is about America first. And if you're going to be a fucking bank and you're going to be part of crypto, you have to have your fucking corporate headquarters not based in fucking a third world country anymore. You have to move your shit back here to the States, is what he's telling these banks. And if
But are
can't-
they going to do
you know
it, though? The point
you know
is,
what? I
they're
don't.
not
I don't
gonna
think he
do it.
cares, because the bottom line is, I think ultimately his whole pivot point plan for his entire family is, I think he wants world liberty to be the stable of choice, or something of that stature. However he goes about it, I don't know. I just know, so here in the States, we have to make sure that however the rules and regulations come down to help us within crypto have to apply to all states. So then you have to write language for the state level, right? The states have a right to refuse the Fed here in America. So we have to worry about the Fed, then what a state decides. Do you understand what I'm saying? Whereas in other countries, that once the government speaks, it's that law. Not here in America, it's not.
What you just said, I don't know if you saw it, but yesterday the Trump administration, which I don't know if you agree with this or not, but they're pushing an executive order to kind of exclude the states in terms of AI regulation.
He can
because
do
the
that, but he
states are
can't.
kinda
He
independently
can't. Okay,
run.
so understand this. There's still the Senate and the congressional that has to go through and be approved. He can try to sign an executive order, but the executive order has a right to be refused by those floors. So there's a whole propaganda that goes on in DC, bro. I mean, like, just because what Trump says, 9 times out of 10 doesn't all, he, like, when he signed so many executive orders when he first got into office, it was to keep them on their toes, to back them up so he could just start doing what he wanted to do, right? And that's
No,
what
I
he
think
did.
he's gonna buy time for 3 years though. So I think if he pushes the executive order, yeah, it's gonna be here until the next president. Who knows who's gonna be the next president? But he's actually influencing policy around AI, which I thought was interesting. So
Well,
just happy to say.
it's because he understands that AI is man-made, and we understand that. It's like anything that we write. Code is king. So if you can get the smartest people behind to make it, and then you get people to believe what you want them to believe, but you have to understand there's two sides to every story, and there's two sides to every card, right? And at the end of the day, people, if you believe what I voted for Trump. I don't agree with some of his policies. I don't agree with, I agree with some of his stuff. But at the end of the day, it was the lesser of the two evils. I had a lady that wanted to sit there and bark on us, come into my home or come into my warehouse and to pre-tax me, bro, before I even claimed a node complete on BTC, on my Litecoin, on anything that I mine in this space. She wanted to pre-tax me. That's how vicious America has gotten. They think that they deserve every bit of our money as civilians in this country, that they have a right to take our fucking money and dictate it to whatever they want to do with it.
It's
And
their
then-
money.
Exactly. They think it's
Is it a
theirs.
debt note to your bank? No, it's their money. The one mistake that everybody makes is they think it's their money. You have proof of work value, but it's their money. So the redemption core is the issue. Whether it be JPY, whether it be Chinese yen, whether it be gold, the monetization of that energy you've captured is the point. And most people don't get it. The money you have in your accounts is theirs. They
Is
just
theirs,
leave it.
always.
The dollars you have are debt notes to those banks where they're redeemed or each other, commerce. It's their money. Just give you once you get past that point, you're golden.
Yeah, you have to understand that. That's why I say, if you can try to maneuver correctly in this space, don't ever touch a CX's wallet. because all the CXs have been reporting for years in this space. Okay. And they try to sell you this whole beautiful plan of, guys, but if you connect your wallet to your CX, you can get same day transfers out. But that also means that same day transfer out gets same day reported, and vice versa, right? And so you try to educate people in the space correctly. But my overall goal is to try to help get the framework and get off of a 1930s law that doesn't need to be in this space anymore, and hopefully adapt what other countries have adapted crypto as. I don't know how long it may take. I truly believe that it's only a 12-step process with crypto compared to how they want to deal with it with the fiat system, because they can't control it. They can't make a printer for it. They can't go cut trees. This shit is globally mined. And that's why they're trying.
We're
Go
okay
ahead.
with the same day reporting. What we're not okay is with a lot of our devs and a lot of really nice guys and genuine people just being locked out of their Coinbase's account with hundreds of Bitcoin in there.
No, 100%.
That's
100%,
too
bro.
much, too far.
No,
And it's
100.
not one person. It's like dozens of people we know have had Bitcoin sub thousands, sub hundreds, or whatever, and they just leave it on Coinbase, and they're locked out forever. And they're like, "Oh, everything's great. Look, we have a new person handling this," and then nothing. They contacted them. They got one email and they didn't do shit. So how are you going to be a pirate and pretend you're a good guy?
Bro, Bank of America has been manipulating it for people, even when you do the right thing, right? They don't want to allow you to attach a business account to off-ramp crypto. So then you do a personal account, right? And you jump through the hoops, and then they bang on you, and then
I went through that too, Rhodes.
yeah, they
100%.
freeze. Yep, they freeze your account. The same thing has happened, and so what I learned was, I'm gonna go through the Federal Credit Union. They're not mean about it. If I ever want to just bring it out, I bring it out. I have my.
You know what they did to me? They disconnected my business bank without me knowing, without saying anything. Then I called them and they were like, "Oh yeah, we don't support business banks." I'm like, "I've been offloading through this for 3 years. What do you mean?"
Yep. But bro, but yeah, you look at their investment portfolio, right? Yeah, you look at their investment portfolio, whoever their partners are, you'll see a CEO or you'll see a COO or somebody like that from a bank that's sitting on their board, but yet it's not the right one. And so they've been positioning themselves for years, just like Jerry Lewis Foundation has sat on Kraken's board since the early 2010s. Yeah. Oh yeah, they've been in this space for years. That's one of the largest ever nonprofit organizations that no one ever.
Kraken's a little weird. Like they're off to the side over there. What are they
doing? They were the first real BTC.
And they have Monero, which is even weirder.
Well, yeah, but understand this. They were one of the very first BTC off ramps for us back in the day. Got it. Yeah, they're one of the OGs, but yet they were like most of these exchanges. If you look at them, they reside in two of the worst states known to crypto. One's in you have them in New York or Cali. Cali, capital gains tax total for state and federal is 51%. And yet, how are these crypto exchanges, how is Solana Labs living out there rent free like that?
So they split it. So what ends up happening is most of them have their corporation, their entity here, where they were founded. Actually, thank you to California for all the layer 1 launches and the VCs investing in them.
Yep.
And swinging those charts. Much love. But the bigger piece is they have their foundations. Like the E Foundation, I think, is in Switzerland, and then most of them are in the Caymans. So like they put their foundations there, so that portion can realize all that crap.
Yep. And Charles moved Cardano out of the United States.
I'm not glad Charles moved at all.
They did their ICO out of Japan.
Yeah. So I mean,
give Charles a gold star for the day.
That's what I'm saying. Asia has set the standard. How are we gonna adapt it to what they've done? I mean, real talk. I mean, people, you really, if you think about it, if they really were to come in and do an audit of the United States, we're a shell of what we were. We can preach this.
Go to war the next morning.
We can preach this holier than now. We're the greatest, whatever. But at the end of the day, we have for 30 years pushed everything out of this country. What made this country have a future for our children? Like real talk, the manipulation in the markets to me shows the generational gap of savings. Okay, and that's the truth. Had people in their 20s, 30s, 40s, we'll say, saved, like people that are in their 50s, 60s, and 70s. We wouldn't have such a big flux within
That's
this
a little bit
market.
short-sighted.
It's not short-sighted. It's the
Yeah, the
truth.
buying power. We have the chart. Inflation, by definition, is the inflation of the currency. So you're talking about, oh yeah, if you just stopped drinking that cup of coffee, son, you'd be a millionaire. No, that's not the case. The reality is, there's another portion to that.
Not a
They
millionaire.
outprinted inflation over
It's
time.
not.
So
Here's
the
the
people
deal.
making 80,000 now are like people making 300,000 in the 60s.
Yeah, that's the key. You need not. It used to be, oh, just make six figures, and you'll
Right.
get there. Now you got to make.
But that's the problem. Most people today, from 40 below, don't even have 5 to 6 figures in savings.
By design.
No.
Oh, I know it's by
There is no
design.
middle class. There is no.
They're
middle class
selling
anymore.
loan products by design.
Yeah, I mean, I think the biggest, me personally, if I was to ever do anything differently, in anything, I think the United States should abolish the welfare that was used against people from being
Corporate
able
tax
to
program
create.
that lets them be kings and not pay taxes. Okay, cool. Sounds good.
I'm just saying, because to me, I feel like as a business owner in this space, I put my name on my back, and people can do that. People can
If I
come
took
from.
your write-offs away, would you still be profitable?
Would I still be profitable?
Yeah.
Today, fuck no. Nobody would be.
Exactly. So you're a welfare queen as well. Good luck. The
And-
state is paying for you to operate within its borders, and the taxpayer is paying for your existence.
Let me
There
get
are
some other
billionaires
voices.
because of the taxes.
Let me get some other voices in here real quick. I see
Go
Ray
ahead.
Crypto's hanging out, and Rilla's got his hand up. Rilla, I'll go to you, man. Looks like you want to jump in here.
Yeah, hey guys. First time in this space. I just got a general question for one of you guys. You guys obviously know what you're talking about. I'm looking to get back into Bitcoin. I come from like the Robinhood era back during COVID. So I still have that account, and then I got Cash App I can get Bitcoin at. What do you guys recommend for a fairly new person like myself looking to kind of get in right now while it's a little low? Hopefully it starts going back up, but I want to try to get in now and just put in some money and not think about it. What do you recommend for someone like me? Which platform and which platform do you guys suggest I sign up to today?
Honestly, man, if you're just getting started and you don't want to go down the rabbit hole of like self-custody, cold storage, I don't know how familiar you are with that. And eventually you probably should get to that point, but Robinhood's okay, man. I mean, you're going to pay a little bit more in fees, I think, but I mean, if you're looking at it, holding it long term, I mean, Robinhood's a decent place for it. I mean, I would honestly go that route if you're looking for a centralized exchange in the United States over, I don't know if anybody else has 2 cents on it. Feel free just to try to keep it simple here, but yeah, I mean, when you get to that point,
Crypto.com's good too, right? Zach, I've had them before. Yeah.
Crypto.com as well. Yeah.
Coinbase is a little weird sometimes.
Yeah, Coinbase is okay as well, but they shut stuff down sometimes. It can get a little wonky.
Yeah, mid rallies. They're like, oh no, we're busy. What the fuck?
Right. Yeah, I would stick with Robinhood, Rick. I would stick right there. I mean, just to they got some of the other large cap stuff too. I mean, I think you're okay there.
All right, thank you, gentlemen. I'll listen in. Just one last question before I go. Do you think now, obviously, is a good time to get in, or do you guys expect this to go down like 10% more? What's just a quick 1 or 2 sentence? Do you think jumping in now is good, or should I wait a week?
I mean, dude, jumping in right now is way better than jumping in at 126. So I think you're one of the smart people looking at it now rather than running for the hills, right? Like most people come in, when it topped out at 110, when it topped out at 126. So I mean, if you're playing the long game, I mean, obviously none of this is financial advice. None of us have a crystal ball.
Yeah.
Sure, it can come down a little bit short term, but when you blow out the chart, when you look at Bitcoin the last 15 years, it's up and to the right.
Yeah.
So it just kind of depends on your time horizon. None of us have a clear answer on that. I mean, Zach ZAC down there, he's probably the most technical trader person in this room. You might have some insights there. Sure, could it go down a little bit more? Yeah, it definitely can. But I mean, at the end of the day, like if you're looking at it long term, like what's 75K versus 85K if you think it's going way higher, 5-10 years from now, right?
Yeah, that's exactly my point. If I don't think it's going to go down too much more, and if it does, that's a bigger problem. But yeah, I want to jump in now. That's some money because I long term, I think it's a good move, and I think everybody would agree with me. So I think people are foolish not to get in right now that had kind of missed those last tiers where it jumped up over 100K. So all right, thank you, gentlemen. No, that's exactly what I wanted to know on my lunch break. So I'll just get my Robinhood going again. See you guys. Thank you.
Cheers.
No
Yeah,
problem.
one of a few of our traders hit me up yesterday. Zach, like, are we buying here? I was like, well, not like here, but if you're gonna scale back in, you should be looking soon. You know, like somewhere near, somewhere in the neighborhood. Because if we drop back, I mean, what is ETH gonna do? Retrace to the support? Like, you know, we're at the point where it's like, is Wall Street gonna be wrong? Okay, that's a good speculation, right? Are they gonna double down? Is this where they're trying to acquire more buyers? Like, we're gonna go hunt the buyers below because obviously no one is buying up top. So it's just when you stop. How do I put this? When you stop trading, they'll make you trade. You know, so yeah.
Definitely. Paige, you've your shoulder's probably ready to fall off, man. You've had that hand up for a while. What's going on? He probably doesn't even know what's up.
You know, no, I do know what's up. I've been waiting patiently. Paid XPO. I've been waiting patiently with my hand up. I had to switch hands 3 times. I can't even hold it any longer. You know, I've been at these events talking to, you know,
All right, come on.
the
Get to
teams
it.
of Monad, hanging out with the teams of Monad, hanging out with the teams of Polygon, Visa. Yeah, you heard that,
We
right?
know it. We got it. You're cool.
Okay.
What else?
We're here, and you know what? All you guys in here who are bearish, and I'm not talking about people on the stage, but the people listening who are bearish, guess what? They're building. There's hundreds of millions, if not billions of dollars coming into the crypto market as we speak, not into the charts, but into the actual tech, into the ecosystems, into the protocols, actually building stuff.
Yo, you know what you remind me of right now? I was in a space last night with David Gokhshtein, and he was like, hey, what's your take on the market right now? He's like, David Gokhshtein was like, how about everybody gets a little bit more testosterone and starts fucking buying Bitcoin, quit being a little bitch, quit being a little pussy, and you need to buy Bitcoin right now at 87,000. If you don't like this price, I don't know what the fuck you're doing. I'm from New York.
Zach, I agree. Someone called Gokhshtein right now because yesterday or 2 days ago.
I'll bring him in and like that.
Listen, yesterday, 2 days ago,
I came on and said we're going lower, and he said, "Grow a fucking pair of balls. Where the fuck's your nuts at? Where the fuck's your nuts?"
Exactly. I got some pit vipers the other day. I got them on my face right now, and I'm in my hotel room just sitting in the dark. All right, sitting in the dark, looking at charts, looking at things. People are building, guys. I went to 30 events this week. People are building. There is money going into the ecosystem. But I will say this on a more serious note, and that is serious also. Stable coins, I mean, you know, Zach and Zach have been talking about this for a while, but stable coins are literally one of the biggest topics at a lot of these conferences right now in the utilization of stable coins. Again, you know, I was talking to Visa, you know, very briefly. I'm not saying I had in-depth conversation, but Visa was at on a panel that I talked to the gentleman right after for a very brief moment. Polygon, awesome. Also, I don't know if you guys know this, and I didn't know this, and it kind of made me bullish on Polygon. I haven't looked at Polygon Matic since last cycle, but Polygon Matic handles 60 to 65% of all stablecoin transactions in Latin. So we're talking about all South America, all Latin America. I think that's fucking bullish. I didn't know that. That's a crazy statistic. 60 to 65% of all stable, that's Tether and USDC, I think more so Tether. They handle all of that. So it's interesting because I was looking at something the other day talking about Polygon stablecoin. I'm like, who the fuck is using stablecoin on Polygon? Oh, it's all of Latin America, by the way. So guys, look at stablecoins. Look at who's issuing stablecoins, chain-wise, who's really using them, and make some investment decisions there. But I think Polygon is something I'm looking at very heavy right now. I didn't know that information. I don't know if anyone else in this room knew that information, but that's insanity. And I will say this, I'm in Argentina right now, and they need some type of stable coin regulation infrastructure because the way their banking works down here, at least, is awful. 45% of all transactions in Argentina is cash, which kind of sucks if you don't have cash. I don't carry cash everywhere I go. And then half the machines, like the credit card, debit card machines, also don't work. I went and got a beer last night, went to scan it. They're like, your card doesn't work. I said, yeah, bullshit. They're like, no, your card doesn't work. I went across the street to like a grocery store, bought something cheap, like something stupid. Came back over, like, yeah, my card works. Your machine doesn't work. So half of these businesses down here, even when they don't want to be cash, their tech just doesn't work. So stable coins are a big thing that's going to be coming down to Latin America, and I think it's important to just look at the entities that are, starting to bridge that gap here. Argentina is a great example of why stable coins and issuers are needed, and all these payment systems are going to be using stable coins around Latin America, places in Africa, Southeast Asia. These are areas of major interest for a lot of these companies. That's all I really got, guys. I hope you guys are doing well. Thank you.
Grow a set of balls, bro. Buy the dip.
Dude, I got fucking pit vipers on now. I'm sitting here in my underwear. I'm looking around, and you guys
Zach, did David really say that to you, bro?
Bro, it was hilarious. I went on this like whole spiel. I gave some great alpha. I gave kind of what I'm looking at, short-term bearish. And then it went over to David for alpha. He said, how about you just grow a set of balls and buy the dip? I'm like, okay, whatever. I mean, we went from 87.
Look, if we can get these, if we can get these,
from 87K to 80 though overnight while we were sleeping. So,
yeah, if we can get these rules and regulations written out correctly, we can talk some OTC. All right.
I'm about to comment on David's post here that Eric Trump said Q4 would be unbelievable for our bags. He was right. I can't believe how bad this shit looks. He just posted this morning. I'm gonna say,
Yeah, I like that shit too.
I'm gonna message him right here and say, grow a set of balls and buy the dip.
You're unbelievable. Yeah, and then next week it runs to like 150K.
But then all it is then. Meanwhile, by the way, there's no Bitcoin maxi space going on right now. Just letting you guys know. But all these same people, they'll be on there. We told you, just buy the dip. What the hell are you doing?
They'd have to phase their constituencies if they were online. They're not gonna do that.
$1 million Bitcoin, guys.
Look, you got that's where you got to give Sayer his kudos. That man drinks the Kool-Aid from the time he wakes up to the time he goes
You know
to
who his
bed.
dad is, right?
Yeah, I know who his dad is.
You know who gave him his first contract for MicroStrategy, right?
Who?
He worked at DuPont.
Who is it?
DuPont.
Yeah, DuPont.
They gave him the first contract for 250K, and then he took 100 up front. But his background is chaos theory. So he's designed. What was it? He said, "I'll go ahead and create your global war games for you. Just give me the money." You need to know history to know where you're going.
Not sure if you guys talked about this, but we were talking about banks issuing their own stable coins, right? I don't know if you guys saw this back in February, but BOA, Bank of America, announced they were looking to create their own USD pegged stable coin. So I heard Matasco mention, and this is why I was not a fan at all. I will say that to this day. I'll say it till I die. I was not a fan of the Genius Act at all whatsoever, period, full stop, because it emboldened these guys to be able to create their own stables, which really, if you want to think about it, I guess technically is like a soft CBDC coming from those guys. So, yeah, so that's probably going to be the future of that. And that's another reason why they're trying to squeeze the market right now. It's all about the yield. They're afraid of the yield that DeFi offers. They don't like that. It's beating almost everything that they offer. So actually, not almost. It is beating everything that they offer. So yeah, I mean, we're in a war, I guess you could say, with financial institutions. They want what you have, what we have, because they don't like competition, really. So that's kind of where we're at. and it really hinges on how the regulatory framework is devised and how it's worded, what's allowed, what isn't allowed. And obviously these institutions are going to have a say in how they want it to go, which is why you saw yesterday, I think it was like 60 DeFi companies wrote a letter to the to Trump and the Trump administration and the SEC, kind of trying to put their say in as far as how that document's going to be worked. So that's what's going on in the background. Rude, you might have some more insight on that one, but yeah, that's kind of where we're at with that.
Yeah, a lot of the stuff I can't even speak about. I mean, honestly, some of the stuff. I mean, like some of the stuff that I speak about was just stuff that was just right there. But like, I just know what the overall angle that they're trying to go with is they're trying to block the banks from trying to do this. They're trying to force. If they have a hedge to do anything, they want to put Tether and USDC to be the stable of choice to bridge the gap between on ramp and off ramping.
Yeah, yeah, and obviously your JP Morgan's, your Bank of America's, Wells Fargo's, the list goes on, has a problem with that. So that's
because they all they want to do is build up their reserve, their digital reserve now, and so this is how they're trying to go about it. But it's not going to work if you do that, because if you think about it logically, the biggest thing has been is like Tether said, listen, other countries have conformed to this type of style. How far is America going to stay behind?
Right. Yep.
I just think so much of this has changed with ETFs. I think that stuff now, the institutions, the ETF flows, I think all that shit's more important than minor flows, Roots, honestly.
Yeah, you're right. And I told you this. I told you the ETFs were going to be a problem last year, Zach.
But it's a good thing too. I mean, it's a good thing too. Like, it wouldn't have done what it did. I mean, it really wasn't a parabolic run. It's been like a slow staircase up. And I think that's what we're going to see now. I think we're going to start to see, like, it's not going to be as volatile, which we knew that was coming, right, over time.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, BlackRock, Fidelity, these guys now control, and Michael Saylor, I mean, you could put him in there. All these guys, they now control the Bitcoin distribution.
Correct. And that's why they're going after him. They're trying to. But if he wins this battle that he's in right now, and he does not have to sell any Bitcoin, you guys better look out for Saylor, because he's got every financial institution in the world trying to attack him right now. And if that dude makes it through that, oh man, there's not going to be anything that can stop him. I'm just going to say that. Nothing.
Cliff, when do you think we get anything on this market structure bill / Clarity Act? I'm hearing now early 2026 until we hear anything.
Yep. Well, it started. You remember, Zach, a few weeks ago, it was, we're going to have a draft before Thanksgiving.
Well, it passed the House, right, in, was that September?
I think so.
Yeah. But then it's just been kind of, stalled out.
Yep. And they said a few weeks ago, you'll have something before about Thanksgiving. I believe Brian Armstrong even said that. And then they pushed it back to December. Yeah. And now we're pushing it back. Yeah. Now we're pushing. Well, now they've pushed it to early 2026.
Early 2026. Yeah.
Yeah, but understand this. The reason they got kicked back is because of the two states that I mentioned earlier. They weren't happy with the framework. It has to be worded correctly to where even a moron can understand it. I guess you'd want to say, "Amen, brother."
Mark, what up?
Well, anything government related, normally, it's almost written in like in some type of hieroglyphs that it makes it hard.
Bottom line is, if we'd have wrote it out in a digital illustration, I think they'd have understood it.
Pretty pictures would have worked better, probably.
Exactly. From Paint Shop, from Windows 3.11.
Yes.